as well, in this presentation, you see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And the NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. The navigation module modifier gets registered in the navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. So what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Right, I want to thank Ines, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features.
Welcome to the
Enjoy.
ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Please visit us again.
Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started. Boop.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance there is a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yeah, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you, like I've told you before, how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and Okay. Yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But you know, enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on. So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. you'll be put onto on this relaxed pose with free look enabled, and you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brent, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems.
Landing gear deployed.
Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat assessment.
And finally, turn our engines. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm Senior UI Programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on, or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse.
Shields hit.
On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them. And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your hot task, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not gonna need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships. Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet. For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information.
Initiated.
You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So the now boost forwards, we now added camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduced the extensions that that look-ahead code is doing. So We basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with the G-force reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where you now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Oh. Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working. Your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actively actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional, but you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields.
Fuck.
And
I
the
just saw
first
that big
thing
ass
that
rat in
will
my
go
house.
offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you are actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off. So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent showed how it's done properly. Is locked. You can now go hands off. Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points. Brent is awesome, thank you. Okay, so now please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough point and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to. Welcome to Pyro 3. As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there,
Takeoff complete.
they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their targets while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics. Strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there.
Complete. Engines offline.
Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are Jousters. Jousters consist of performing straight-in attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spider-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI flight combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like for example, they can choose the ACE traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Hydrus is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtests, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back.
This contract explains the rest. What's it gonna be? Done. Don't screw it up.
Destroy the narcotics.
Back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the Cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were they were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the Cinch cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a nose, I think it's called a laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has two weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With one push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So, a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show, which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... This is... What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting... sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam!
Engines online. Engines offline.
Okay, so that was this one. Okay, the thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system. That the reason for that is the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are gonna have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it, and then we project this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is of course also communicated by the aiming system, so when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down that hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode. There we go. What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots. Bam! 1 turret down. Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, it doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots, and there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with the throttle. Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, let me go there now. Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the map thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail? Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction. Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. The stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces. That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aero braking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions, like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with the new system. So let's talk about the problem, how do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, ICS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now, and then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again. Okay, so now Brent, show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point. Okay. Highway to... Okay, so there's our landing point. Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this! Yeah, that water is great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle. And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear. So he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower. But you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something. Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us. And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else. We'll see you at 2:45, everybody. Take care.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Hopefully you had a good meal. I missed you guys so much, except for you. You know who you are, and you know what you did, and I will never forgive you. But for everyone else, I hope you had a good lunch, and welcome back. We're back on the CitizenCon show floor here to do our last little bit of the community booths. It has been a phenomenal 2 days, and we cannot thank enough everyone who has been here to give us the love and support as you guys have been watching the show. Whether you guys have been here on the community booth floor, whether you guys have been in the theater, it's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see here at CIG. And so we're going to go over to a place that makes everybody smile, Soul Citizen. Now, this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen. You know, gamers, maybe not the most polite people sometimes. So we want to have an org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in their mission statement, and no one does it better than Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience having Soul Citizen be this huge org that is a safe space for gamers of all colors, genders, sexualities, orientations? What's been your guys' experience being that safe space for them?
Well, first off, we're not an org because people want us to be an org. What we are is a group of gamers who back and support the game, but particularly of diversity. When Fast Cart and I first got this going, we talked about being able to bring African American, because we would go to the conventions and see 5 of us out of 600, but we knew we were out there. But ultimately, we decided to expand diversity into not only just being African American, but LGBTQ, straight, age. I'm 60. We have 20-year-olds in our group, male, female, and everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. And so you guys are going for like the elder statesman. So that's fantastic to hear. What giveaways are you guys doing? I hear you guys are doing a really cool giveaway at the top of every hour. Is that correct?
At the top of every hour, if anyone comes to our table, if they're the first one to come here and they say what our table number is, one of our partners or our friends are the folks with Star Jump Station with Grim, Ender, and Starlet. They couldn't be here, but they donated these posters of their work of the Fleet Viewer. And so we have signed this for everyone. For all the members here have signed it. And if you come here at the top of the hour, if you're the first one, we will give you one of these signed posters specifically from Star Jump Station, because we love them. They're a great group, and they've contributed so much to the community.
That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. Soul Citizen, come check them out. Again, a safe space for gamers of any race, creed, nationality. You guys will find a home here. Thank you guys so much. We're going to move on now to Quantum.
Does that mean other
These
orgs
guys
aren't
are
safe
all about
spaces
the
at
medical
all?
gameplay loop. These guys are... Oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a second. That was disastrous. How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Ape spot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or AIDS for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The Apes bot. I love that. Where you can go ape for the Apes bot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we can get a good shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how detailed that Bengal carrier is. It is sleek. It is sexy. God, I just want it for myself. So, man, that is just so cool. So with me are some Imperium guys. What's up, guys? So, you know, let's say a young, charismatic host named Schman, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after CitizenCon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your guys' CitizenCon experience been so far? How have you guys been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the answer. So it's been fantastic, man, having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present, so it's been a fantastic showing from our organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being present, answering questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic, so thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see it finished finally, for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing's look. The level of detail here is immaculate. So thank you guys at Imperium. I know that everyone at the LA office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for checking out the community booths. We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Oh.
Alt what?
Function F4.
Function F4? There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro. Why don't you come around here and see? I am, of course, an expert Star Citizen player. Come on over here. You see what I'm doing? I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic in.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate. This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your habs are. So, yeah, you can't go back in. Okay. You want to go straight. You want to follow the exit signs. So left. And those are your elevators.
Are these ones going to kill me?
No, these should not be the death elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
No guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm going to say no guarantees that the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're going to go to the entrance.
All right. Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
There we go. So, no, show the screen. Show them Pyro. Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
Engines online.
No, you went too far.
Takeoff complete.
You got to follow the exit signs.
I don't see anything.
There you go.
All this environmental storytelling.
Landing gear.
This is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
And another elevator. All right. So what does this say here? Do you know?
I can't read. I know that's rough and ready for the top part.
Okay, yeah. So Rough and Ready are the gang that runs the checkmate station. All right. Well, everybody, I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with Living on the Edge. So take it away, everybody, and I don't know, watch it. It's good.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Hi everyone. My name is Khan Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU.
Quantum drive is now
I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe to you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and, yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, and everybody had their pass on this. And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context. And here in this drawover, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on.
Engines
offline. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we establish, so one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location. And leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on that sketch. Yeah. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure, unless you're in a vehicle. The third path is tertiary pathing. So these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the rundown stations that Anna will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station. Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment, offering them ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms, to toy with the AI, or just simply being able to unblock your pathway. Where it gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that we're planning to implement this as well in locations. And this will allow the player to engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other entities in the environment. To security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that it's basically your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your play style within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might require you to have a better relationship with the owner of this location, which then will give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually, but that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. Just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at SitCom in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of
Say something, creepy guy. Yeah, get a little stretch in. Gave you a mission so you come look at me. Is that what's going on here? Batch from scratch. Normally, I like to cook everything from scratch myself. Pride in the product and all. But every once in a while, whether it's too much demand or too much heat or whatever, I need to rely on other labs for an order. My hands are tied here, though. So I could use someone to help oversee the whole production line for me. Couldn't think of anyone better and more available than you. Processing, take raw material to Jumptown. You son of a bitch. I'm in. Why, to me that is human nature. Why, do you do me that way? Say why, to me that is human nature. Why, do you do me that way? swear to God if this mission doesn't work.
Engines online. Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Damer Mamu, I've come to bargain.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Quantum drive.
Quantum drive is now on.
Quantum drive.
Quantum drive is now off.
Hey, girl.
It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there, there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later presentations, for example, with the logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations. Before we start, I'd like to mention that all of the footage we're about to see comes from our current stable builds. So all of that beautiful tech, all of those features that we've seen in the last 2 days is coming from our tech development builds. Now, all those features are going to make their way to you, of course, eventually. But that is the reason you're not going to see some of them in the builds today. I just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at SitCon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings, and a number of smaller secondary and dressing and standalone modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today. So, in order to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well. I'll go into what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes, and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the individual location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings within any single location. And we can't really call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives, or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game. Thank you. So, what flavors of outposts did we just see there? Well, we categorized them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So With archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So, themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
Engines online.
Cool. Thank you. So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well. So the outlaw theme tells that story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the various criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms and We have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. And then we're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond. And our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well, to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations. We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a smaller ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all. I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the nearer future. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Yoo! We are French Canadian on the here. Cool. All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys, and to the world. So let's cut to the chase, and let me present you the new derelict settlement. Pretty cool, guys, eh? Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
It's 2016 reviews based on a look. As you can see, acapella, that's Freya. So stay tuned.
Next materials that you're going to need onto you in materials, but is also how you access greater choice as to which stats to improve. This means that your high-tier items can not only be better overall, but also more specialized in the areas that are important to you. Most items will have tiers 1 to 3, with tier 1 being the most basic version of the item, and tier 3 being a highly advanced version made with appropriately impressive materials. But you can also craft vehicles. And vehicles are so important that they will go up to tier 5, providing a way for you to really invest in making your favorite vehicles excel. Of course, many of you have already bought your favorite vehicles, so you don't really need to make them from scratch, right? Or maybe you've pirated, salvaged, or otherwise commandeered a vehicle. Not to worry, you can still benefit from crafting by using an upgrade blueprint to increase the tier of an existing vehicle, including the usual stat improvements and customization. Upgrading a vehicle can save a lot of time over crafting it from scratch, so it's a convenient way for established vehicle owners to bring the benefits of item stats to their fleet. Let's take a look in-game at the difference it makes to have high-tier equipment made from high-quality materials. See how the recoil is reduced on our high-tier gun. The spooling is faster on a high-tier quantum drive. And a high-tier scraper beam is much more effective. So, that's an overview of crafting's key game mechanics. I'll now hand over to Torsten to walk you through the full crafting process. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you, Jacob. Hi, I'm Torsten, lead system designer of the CGP system design team. We now saw all elements of crafting looked at individually. Let's bring them in order how you, as the player, will experience the crafting profession. You will start with acquiring the correct blueprints as the first step in the crafting process. As Jacob already mentioned, blueprints can be acquired in multiple ways. Let me give you some examples here. You can purchase commonly available blueprints, earn them from reputation and mission rewards, or even find them in loot crates. All content in our game could reward you with a blueprint. Some blueprints will be challenging to find, so players working together may find them easier to acquire. While you may find a blueprint on a datapad or other portable device, the blueprint itself is not a physical item. You don't collect them in a box or stack them on a bookshelf. Blueprints are digital. Once you claim one, it is permanently added to your personal library. This library is persistent to your character, and every blueprint you claim is yours forever. They cannot be stolen or traded once claimed. But it does not just end with acquiring blueprints. Those tiers of quality that Jacob mentioned are unlocked through blueprint research. Research requires a research data bank which can upgrade your blueprints. Upgrading here means that you unlock a blueprint that allows you to create a better, higher tier version of the same item using more advanced materials. Note, you will still have access to the lower tier versions if you want to craft the cheaper version. In order to upgrade a blueprint, you may need to perform certain actions. In this example, we need to craft 100-volt pistols and have one with a higher fire rate. Other examples would be collect resources, complete missions, or acquire research data from the Science Guild. Research is time-intensive, in addition to the action requirements. It will take time for the research data bank to process your research data and unlock the upgrade. You are also limited in how many research projects you can pursue at once. Now that you have your blueprint and you decided what to craft, you also know what resources to look for. Every blueprint you find will have unique requirements in their resource needs. It will not just be you need iron. We want to make use of the professions we have to meaningfully involve them in the crafting process. Especially for the more advanced blueprints, you can expect that it will require materials from multiple sources. And, as already mentioned by Jacob, pay attention to the quality. If you want to have the perfect item, you also need the best quality. Here, the best way to find the best resources is to get out and explore the world. If you want to find the best hidden materials, then you get yourself a top quality radar. Once you collected the raw materials, the next step is refining them. Refining, like crafting, requires blueprints. Refining blueprints take primary, secondary, and catalyst materials and produce refined materials. The rule is very simple. The quality of the primary raw material defines the quality of the refined material. The secondary material you put in has an impact on the quantity and the time the refining process will take. An optional catalyst can speed up the process further. Let me give you a simple example. If you want high-quality steel, you need to put in the best iron you have in the primary slot. You can put any quality coal in the secondary slot without affecting the quality of the steel. But the quality of the coal will influence how much of it you need to produce steel. As an example, if you put in low-quality coal, you might require 4 SCU of coal versus high-quality coal that only requires 2 SCU. This is one of the important use cases for low-quality materials that Jacob mentioned. You can use refining stations in the world as they will be converted to this new process. You can build your own refineries for yourself, you can get your org to help you out, or you can simply trade for the materials that you need on the open market. Now, we are reaching the final step. You got the blueprints, you gathered resources, and refined materials. Now you can create the item you want. And this item can be anything. You will be able to craft anything from FPS equipment to vehicle components, even entire vehicles and buildings. You just need access to the relevant crafting machine. Talking about crafting machines. We will have a variety for you that differ in what process they can support, like a refinery or a dedicated vehicle crafting machine. We will also find them in various places. There will be communal ones like the station refineries you already know, player-owned that can be in your personal hangar, a vehicle, or your base. As all that we have talked about just now, these crafting machines also come in tiers. Here, the tiers will affect how well those machines do their job. You will not only progress in the products you produce, but also in the infrastructure to produce your wares. Just to give you an idea what you will encounter, here are some examples of the crafting machines. There is the nutrition fabricator, the chemical fabricator, an item fabricator, and even fabricators of a much larger scale we will talk about later. Talking about scale, I would like to talk about the future of crafting and the scale it will have in the game that you all know, and how it will change the game moving forward. As you all know, we have a lot of items in the game, and they all require their own unique blueprints. That means our aim is to have more than 1,000 blueprints that include the creation and the refining blueprints. And each of those can be researched to unlock tier upgrades up to tier 3 or tier 5. That's a lot of blueprints. And it will surely take a lot of time to unlock everything. So I, personally, recommend that you, as the crafter you are, focus on a specific field first and extend your knowledge from there. Collaborate and coordinate with your friends and fellow players. If you are part of a group, we invite you to share responsibilities with your org mates. Maybe you will be the FPS crafter while your friend is a ship crafter, but they know a ship component crafter specialist. There's a lot of content, and it will continue to grow over time. You are free to be a generalist crafter, a specialist, or something in between. Pick the blueprints you care about and be the best. Have an exotic shield generator that no one else has the blueprint for but you. Help others and earn credits while doing so. It is a real profession in the game that will benefit from your dedication and attention. As you can tell, crafting will have a huge impact on everything in the game. Even if you do not want to get actively involved, at some point you will stumble over a weapon that got crafted by someone else and you will be using it. People will start selling their crafting goods or the refined materials or even the raw materials for the sole purpose of fulfilling the demand created by crafting. Players like you can become well-known specialists that are sought out to get certain things crafted from. With the ever-expanding game we all love, we will continuously expand our crafting to offer you long-term progression that involves the entirety of our game. And you might have guessed it already, but there's one more thing that crafting is the foundation of, and that is base building. I will now hand over to Luke. Enjoy the second part of this presentation. Thank you very much.
Well done. Good morning, citizens. Who's excited to start talking about this next topic? Let's get into it. My name is Luc Gijsbertse. I'm the lead environment artist on base building structures. Now that we have an understanding of the fundamentals of crafting, thanks to Jacob and Thorsten, we can explore how crafting is the foundation of base building. Up until now, everything in the game we made for you. From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories, your own homes, and truly make the universe yours. Join me on a journey on building our own habitable home on Pyro. Keep in mind that the following footage is work in progress, including its UI, design, and visuals. And we're super excited to share this with you. We found a beautiful location by a lake. This is where we'll build ourselves a home. To do so, we need some resources and the construction graph card. The construction graph card allows us to survey the land, claim the land in a lawful system, and it allows us to build structures. As we've already found the location and don't need to claim land in lawless Pyro, we can straight dive into building our base. Keep in mind, the following UI is work in progress. A survey drone that deploys from the top of the card gives us a controllable augmented view of the land. In the new structure mode, we'll pick a small basic structure and hit construct. For this demo, the construction will be instantaneous. But in the final product, this will take you quite some time. We've done it. We've built our first structure. Let's have a look on the inside. As we walk into the small basic structure, we see an empty interior that is dimly lit. It's up to us to define what we will use this space for. In our case, we will want to make it into a home. We can see that the lights are still off, and that is a problem, because no lights means no atmosphere, no breathable atmosphere. So it's not ideal to live in. So how do we solve this issue? We can improve this by providing the building with power. Let's see if we can build something that helps us out. But before we dive into more building, let's take a quick moment to enjoy the freedom that the survey drone provides us with and admire the aesthetics of our first structure. And I wonder what Declan was up doing there. Keep in mind that base building is still work in progress, but what you're seeing right now has been recorded directly in the client and works seamlessly between first person and the building mode. Okay, enough. Back to base building. In the list of new structures, we see a small fuel generator. That is something that could solve our problem, I think. Power providing structures need to be hooked up to other buildings inside construction ER mode, but we'll explain this later. The fuel generator is one of several structures that provides power, each with their own benefit and drawbacks. Fuel power is quick and easy to build, but it requires a constant supply of fuel besides its regular maintenance. If a structure is not maintained, it will halt its activity. Players will need to maintain fuses to keep the building operational. The better crafted fuse, the longer it lasts. This is where the fuse goes on this building. Next up, we have a terminal that gives us access to the status of our building. And, more importantly, we get to activate it here. That should do it. Let's see if we got power in the building now. As you notice, some of the crates in the background have disappeared, as their content has been consumed during the construction process of the buildings. and it looks like Declan is now hooking up the power to the building. I wonder what he was up to earlier though. Wow, Declan has been busy decorating the place. As we can see, the lights are now properly working. We got atmosphere, and we can start to use the item fabricator now that there is power. Always handy in case we need a fuse. Let's have a quick look at what we've done so far. We've decorated the place. We made it our own little home. We hooked it up with power. I would say we have a place that we can live in. It might not be much, but I think it's just enough to call it a home. Thank you. Now that we have a rough understanding of how base building works, let's dive into some of the specifics of what we just saw. The construction graph card is one of 4 devices used for base building. The graph card is a mobile device that lets you construct a variety of small structures and has been designed specifically to fit into the smallest ships, like the Drake cutter. The graph card allows us to survey the land, to find a good location, to claim the land with credits when we're all in a lawful system like Stanton, and most importantly, it lets us build structures. To use the graph card, we will first need to deploy it. Once deployed, we see 2 small construction drones inside the card, and the interactive screen gets revealed to us. From here, we can deploy the survey drone from the extended top part of the card. This survey drone gives us a bird's-eye view of the surrounding area using augmented reality mode, ER mode for short. Let's have a look at some UI concepts of how this augmented reality mode will look like. Here's a concept of construction ER. From here, we get a more detailed view of the land. Where can and can't I settle? For an example, inside a nature reserve, construction will be prohibited. Are nearby areas flat enough to place my structures on? Are there any underground extraction deposits nearby? And if so, what are their quality and quantity? Let's say we found a good place to start building our base. Then next up, we need to find a good place for our first structure. On the left-hand side, we can see that we're now in structure creation mode. Underneath that, there is a list of structures that we can build. Once you have chosen a structure, you'll drag it onto the terrain that will be shown then as a physicalized hologram. From here, you can move and rotate to find the perfect position for your structure. Now that we have chosen a position for our structure, we will need to supply it with crafting materials. Just like the crafting interface that we saw earlier, this is where you choose the materials, and the better materials you choose will result in a better structure. Once you're ready, we'll hit the craft button on the right bottom to send the construction drones printing to the buildings. The automated construction drones will take off from the construction graph card and fly to nearby resources to fill their internal storage and then fly over to the construction site to print the building until their internal storage has been depleted. The construction drone then repeats the loop by filling its internal storage again by nearby resources. Printing buildings will take some time. Keep the construction supplied so that you don't delay the process any further. Let's say our building did just finish printing, then what? Then we need to power the building. All structures will have an unpowered and a powered state that we can manage inside the resource manager. To provide structures with power, we can easily link generators to structures that need power in the resource management menu within Construction ER. We can also link multiple buildings together. and we can assess the power consumption and shortage of, inside this resource management screen. Keep in mind that operational structures, like power generators, require maintenance of their fuses and sometimes need supplies coming in and going out to be managed. Now that we have a structure and power, what can we do next? Then we can actually upgrade our structure. Structures can be upgraded from tier 1 till tier 3. The better material you provide, the better the improvement will be. Just like Jacob and Thorsten explained in the crafting presentation. Tier upgrades can, for example, improve the structural integrity of the building or make its resource consumption more efficient. To really make your base feel like home, you will want to decorate your base with a wide variety of furniture pieces that can be bought, crafted, and found in the universe. It's up to you to define what you want this space to be. Do you want to decorate it as a hospital? Do you want to make it into a workshop? Do you want to make it into a luxurious bedroom? It's up to you. Furniture can easily be placed and moved using decorative ER mode as a hologram. This is so your furniture can easily fit through doors. This feature is accessible through nearby construction devices, allowing you to place down furniture pieces or even crafting machines that otherwise wouldn't fit through the door. And you get to place them directly from your local inventory. The less trusted among you, or anyone settling in Pyro for that matter, may want to mag-lock their furniture into place so that only you and your friends get to rearrange your decorations. And best of all, decorative ER is not exclusive to base building and can also be used for personal hangers and ships. To recap, what are the essentials for any base? 1. Come prepared, bring the right resources and a construction device with you. 2. Use the resource manager, power generators to make your base habitable and functional. And maintain your base with resources and by replacing out worn fuses. And 3. Personalize your base, personal hanger and ship with decorative ER. And there we have it, our home in Pyro. Now that we have an understanding of the basics of base building, we'll explore how you can go and make more than just a home. But before I hand you over to Declan, the designer behind base building, I'd like to say a quick thank you for those who made this presentation possible. So a quick thank you to Eddie, Brandon, Jack, Dan, Mark, Xiao, Stefan C, Dom, Stefan T, Carl, Joel, and Rob for your efforts and dedication. Now give me a warm welcome for Declan.
Nice one, cheers. All right, thank you, Luke. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Dec. I am the system designer behind crafting and base building, and we've just seen a nice little base, right? That's good for cabin in the woods. Maybe you want to place it down next to big redwoods, go and explore, or a place to stash some loot you perhaps shouldn't have. But, do you want to see a big base? Yeah. Good, because we're going to industrialize. So we're going to set ourselves a goal before we do a video, and we're going to create a base that's capable of crafting something that's bigger than the item fabricator can handle. It's been a bit of a spoiler already as to what it's going to be. So to kick us off, called in the help of a friend who has a specialized, not yet revealed base building vehicle, and he's built us this. It is the construction hub. This has 4 automated drones compared to the GravCarts 2. They can build small, medium, and large buildings. So far, we've only seen small. Automated drones are capable of building 1 structure each simultaneously, so 4 is quite a big advantage. We'll pop into our construction AR and we'll get down a generator, we'll connect some buildings together just so we have a place to call home before we begin. All right, there we go. So we've settled on one of the brand new underground resource deposits, and we're about to exploit it using this. It is our extractors. This particular one is a large solid extractor. We'll also have liquid and gas depending on which type of deposit that you've settled on. We have our output grid here where we're getting all the brand new resources up out the ground. And it is important to note that once these things are set up, it's not a case of just free resources forever. On key structures like this, there are fuses which will occasionally need replaced, as well as environmental wear which can be fixed using crafting materials. Now we want to turn those raw resources into the more valuable refined materials we saw the process talked about earlier with Thorsten. Of course we want this, it is our refinery. Once again there are multiple types here. This one is the large solid matter refinery. We have liquid and gas again, as well as biological, depending on the type of materials that you're using and want to produce. Refinery has input and output grids. For input, as you might expect, is for the resources which you're going to consume, and then the output is for the resulting refined goods. This is determining where you'd select which blueprint you want to use, and therefore which type of refining method you want. A lot of crates here with our extractor and our refinery, so we're going to put down our elevator storage. Base is really starting to build up now, but it's worth me mentioning again here that whilst we're putting these buildings down instantly in this video, large structures like this, they will take some time with the automated construction drones, but the smaller scale base we saw in the previous video, that can be done in a single play session. We'll just keep on putting down more extractors because we want as much as that valuable resource out the ground as quick as possible. And with base building, we're introducing the concept of a freight elevator network. What this will allow you to do is it will allow you to link multiple freight elevators together, and in turn they will share the same storage. So as we're doing here, we'll deposit an item on freight elevator A. And then we're retrieving it on freight elevator B. There is a distance limit, but you can daisy chain the elevators together to extend that. And it has to all be contained within the same base. Now, as we expand, we might want to invite more people to join us. This is easy to do. There will be permissions that we can set up, granting people access to our base, and they can even build their own structures if they wish. We can also give them access to existing structures, which is how you can form your org storage using those freight elevators. Now, we always want a safe place to store our ships, so the trusty hangar will do. see it has this large, we call it a foundation tile. It's quite special in that it can actually deform the terrain around it, making it easy to place such a huge structure like this. You can also place other buildings on it, so it's easy for making large, sprawling bases. However, there is one final piece of the puzzle that we need to achieve our goal, and it is this, our very own fabrication hangar. Does anyone want to guess what we're going to build in a fabrication hangar? An Idris, maybe not an Idris, if I'm honest. We'll have a drive around, we'll go to the entrance and we'll see what's in store for us. Looks like whatever it is, it's just about finished crafting. Of course, we were going to build ourselves a ship. So, quick recaps of the gains from industrializing. We've tapped into the brand new resources and we've made use of them by turning into the more valuable refined materials. We've introduced freight elevator networks, which are great for logistics and hauling. And then we've created our fabrication hangar, which allows us to craft big valuable items such as ships. Now, ships are valuable because you can fly them, like content with them, but because they are a crafted item, they can also be sold to other players. So, with base building, you're going to be able to set up your own shops, and there's two main ways you can do this. The first is using a dedicated trading terminal. You can link these to your freight elevators, and in turn, any items within can be listed for sale at a price you deem reasonable. This includes resources, refined materials, and so on. Using the terminal, visiting players can browse what's on offer, purchase, and then collect from that same freight elevator. The second method is to set up a physical shop in the world. By using the decorator AR we saw earlier with Luke, you can maglock items and then list them for sale. Once again, browsing players, they can see the price of the maglocked item, purchase it, which then removes the maglock. Of course, the nice thing with physical shops is you can genuinely make it feel like a store. You can put items on shelving. You can even go as far as to make your own ship showroom. You can advertise your wares on a mobile pass for UEC. However, it is important to note that the point of purchase will always occur at the base itself. Now that we know how to set up shop, I just want to take a moment to talk about why it's so impactful for crafting and base building the game as a whole. Understandably, throughout this presentation, we've been telling you why you want to craft all these things or why you want to build this big base. But maybe you don't have the time to build a big base and maintain it. Maybe you want to spend your time doing the missions, you want to do your beacons, that's how you want to make your credits instead. Shops mean that you can benefit from the players who do want to spend the time making those bases or crafting those specialist items, and then you can purchase them from them, which is very important because crafted items using high quality materials will be the most powerful in the game. On the flip side, if you do specialize, maybe you end up cornering the markets for a particular item or resource, and your shop will then turn into a hotspot of activity, making you loads of credits. Some of you will become infamous because of it. But bear in mind, a successful shop also depends on location. Do you want your customers on Edge and Pyro, which tends to have the higher quality materials? Or do you want to spend time hauling them all the way over to safer systems where your customers can be more at peace? We've talked about selling items. Let's sell the look of your base. We have foundation tiles, which can help you divide up the foundation decals, which help you divide up the foundation tile. You can place them freely wherever you want, and they just help you mark up areas like, I want to use this place for cargo, I want this for housing, vehicles, and so on. You'll be able to earn paints in-game and apply them to buildings. as well as add your own custom tech. So if you're part of an org, the blue buildings that have your name are definitely yours. We have some forms of base building which are either still in the design phase or early white box, but we want to share some details. First up, we have farming and ranching. Farming, it comes in two general types. We have our low-tech farming and then high-tech. Low-tech consists of you acquiring the seeds, planting them in the appropriate environment. If you remember back to yesterday, the Brave New Worlds, we had soil types and such now. That'll play a part. As well as supplying them with nutrients and then just harvesting them when they're grown. High-tech, it's a bit more involved because you've got to make the hydroponic buildings we see here, but in return, you'll be able to grow exclusive strains of plants. Ranching will allow you to keep herds of animals. You'll have to provide them with feed, water, and shelter, but in return, they will provide you with produce. Not every animal can be ranched. I don't really see a sandworm ranch anytime soon, but the quasi-grazer will, of course, will. Not yet. Maybe. No. We have a few more additional archetypes. We have landing pads, garages, roads, fencing, as well as new variants of structures which you've seen today. For instance, the power generator, there'll be solar power, fusion, geothermal, as well as the XL structure class. If you remember, everything we've seen today, the biggest we've seen today, rather, is large. XL is larger than large. And then you have your defense. So, in lawful areas, you have varying levels of security provided for you. With max security, you are protected by planetary shield tech. However, in lawless, pyro and the likes, you'll have to provide your own defenses. These come in the form of perimeter walls, shielding, which prevents aerial bombardments, and then a range of automated turrets, such as PDC to shoot down missiles, anti-air, anti-vehicle, and anti-personnel. To round up, whilst we spent this entire time talking about how you can expand a single base, you can, of course, have multiple. These can be across a single planet, moons, across multiple systems. There are advantages and disadvantages of locations and base types. For example, in lawful areas, you'll need to buy your land for UEC, pay a tax to be able to build, and then you'll gain protection in return. In lawless, no cost, higher chance of better quality materials, but no security to fall back on. A small cabin in the woods can be great to set up in a single play session with short build times. However, the large base we just saw will take days, weeks, or even months, depending on how big you want to go. You might want to embark on this endeavor as a team or an org. You can set up a base as an org and own it as the org. For this, there will be permissions available, and you can assign roles and tasks. Ultimately, base building can be your main gameplay loop or a supplementary one, depending on what it is that you value. On that final note, I would like to say thank you on behalf of the crafting and base building teams. We've been very excited to share with you some of the work so far and the vision we have for these systems. But before we go, we have one final video. Thank you. I'd just like to say thank you especially to Kian and Zheng Shui. They worked very hard on this, and you might see that base again later today. So stick around. Thank you.
Bro, how is it that I get into a fight? I'm shooting the dude with a mining laser for 5 minutes. I hit him multiple times with melee attacks. He starts trying to figure out the laser thing, and then he freezes in the air. I'm shooting him while he's in the air, and then he pops out, it hits me for a millisecond, and I die. That's some bull. I should have won that fight hands down.
Did you know that even while serving your sentence, you have already begun to help make the Empire a better place? And one of the mineral hoppers.
It's also a bull that a train killed me.
Based on the total value of the deposit.
Now my arms don't work.
It's set by cluster rehabilitation facilities and do not reflect real-world prices.
I have to run all the way back down there. The problem is that every player is starting to kill all the NPCs in prison to get out because it's faster. And to trigger the mission, you have to like run far enough down the cave, and then you have to kill some NPCs to trigger the mission, I'm pretty sure. And so now there isn't any NPCs anywhere, so you can't trigger the mission, so it forces you to try and kill people in the tunnel or to mine. And I can only fight and kill so many people. I killed, what, one player there? The first player we got. The second one we should have had. And there probably was a third one coming, you know? Because they're probably in a group. Oh, God. And I've heard that the prison escape path has changed. If that's happened, we got to figure out what to do when we get in the tunnel. But yeah, I shouldn't even be locked up in here. I fucked up on one mission, and I got a 20-hour sentence. I messed up on one mission the other day, and then I have a crime stat. Or 20 hours is what I got. Every time I come to prison, I got like a day, if not more. Last time...
One of our guests has evacuated the facility before completing their rehabilitation time. We at Klesher want to remind you that this kind of behavior is not acceptable, and ultimately, running from responsibility hurts you more than it hurts us.
So one of them did the escape tunnel. Or they're doing the escape tunnel right now. It's probably the one that I killed. But if they take the Ursa rovers, they won't respawn. So if I get up there and I do all this and try to get that mission and then the Ursa rovers are gone, I'm screwed anyway. But if I try to escape, they'll just team up on me because there's like 2 or 3 of them. Where the hell is this fucking tunnel at, man? That's the exit sign, so it's over here. Yeah. I think only one person can get that escape mission as well. So if one of them took the escape mission, we're already kind of boned. Although if someone does have the escape mission, we wouldn't know where the body is, but we could search the bodies and try to find the key card. I never used Tunnel 2, so this is kind of annoying. Tunnel 1's like the easiest to run down. It's also been like a month, so I hope I remember the path. I was in that prison tunnel path for Was it like a week? So I feel like I should have it mostly down. But this is kind of hurting my confidence right now. What's crazy about this too is that, like, I was just talking about not having enough people to do the bounty or to do the thing to clear my crime stat, and then people were grouping up to hunt me down, but they couldn't find me, and I had flown to New Babbage and snuck inside. But then a train killed me. Which is great. All I did was walk off the train and it killed me and sent me to Kleshner for 20 hours. That's the stuff that we need to fix in the game, because this is kind of... And then all the people came online, and look at it. There's a group of like 7 guys right now in this party or something. There's a lot of people in here. Got 5 people. We could be having fun right now. Although I'm going to see if I get any money for that. If they do this mission, I'll see if I get any money. 1 million. $1,051,000. Because if I can just sit in prison and accept these missions and make money, then you're not really losing out on the game at all. So that probably needs to be something that they'll change in the future as well. But it also doesn't fully help anyway, because like if you're a pirate player, you know, unless people don't...
Attention! Attention! Please direct your attention towards the front gates. One of our guests has completed their rehabilitation and is being released. Let's give them a round of applause. Good luck back in the world, civilian.
Might not be deep enough. I feel like that one person got the mission. But, unless, like, pirate players don't pay the guys who get sent to prison, I mean, there's really not any negative, because if they do pay everybody every cut just for participating, or for every mission that they do in a day, you just rake up money while you're in here and it wouldn't even matter. You know what's also gonna suck is, imagine this game. So like, you're not really thinking about this, but in prison you have a mining laser, right? But no one really cares about their mining lasers that much, you know? But in the future, these are gonna run on batteries. Which means you're only going to have so much charge when you go in the mine shaft anyway. I think we're deep enough. I think someone grabbed the mission, though. And this is probably the biggest negative for this game, is getting this mission, running all the way down this fucking tunnel is super annoying. Also, where's the loot button? If they just let you, like, escape the tunnel and get the mission in the tunnel, it'd be way better. Like, maybe not for, you know, in-game balance, but, like, the rest of it seems alright. You laggy son of a bitch. Also, I'm not sure how to like reverse the melee interaction, but I know it's possible because I've seen a player do it to me, and I've seen an NPC do it to me, where you'll do like the kill animation, and they like reverse ninjutsu it on you, and then you die. But my thinking right now is, if I can't remember exactly what direction, I should have wrote it down, or I might have wrote it down. We need like the exact coordinates or a direction to run, to get to that Cutlass Black. And I'm assuming if someone took the mission, after you get to the Cutlass Black, it clears your crime stat, and then you respawn. But that Cutlass Black should still be there. So if we can get to the surface and get to the Ursa, we could potentially make it to the Cutlass Black and fly off. But I think that guy took the mission. We'll go down like one more level, but I'm fairly sure they took it.
Yeah, I brought those guns up here.
Attention! Attention! Please direct your attention towards the front gates. One of our guests has completed their rehabilitation and is being released. Let's give them a round of applause. Good luck back in the world, civilian.
6779.
Pleasure Cares program. A percentage of all your hard work goes towards helping those less fortunate. Together, we can turn your wrongs into a whole lot of right.
No, let's see if my muscle memory still has it. Somebody fucked up. Occupied. 014755. 4755. What up? Here they're going to be changing prison sooner or later. Apparently. Everything's broken right now, though. It's a lot of dinosaurs.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. Systems check.
Captain, did you pack lunch?
shields damaged. Weapons system. Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again.
begun to help make the Empire a better place? Thanks to our award-winning Klesher Cares program, a percentage of all your hard work goes towards helping those less fortunate. Together, we can turn your wrongs into a whole lot of right. that even while serving your sentence, you have already begun to help make the Empire a better place? Thanks to our award-winning Klesher Cares program, a percentage of all your hard work goes towards helping those less fortunate. Together, we can turn your wrongs into a whole lot of right.
Gotta keep his path clear.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find time today to think about how you can make amends for all the wrongs you've done.
Let's go, folks.
Any negative can become a positive with a little bit of work.
Gotta keep his path clear.
Mates as criminals, we understand that everyone has a story, a point of view, or a situation that led them to break the law. To us, no one is beyond redemption.
Control speed, out of it. Let's go, folks. We can play so far. Gotta keep his path clear.
Ready to take the next step on the road to rehabilitation? Find something you appreciate about someone and let them know. A shared compliment can boost self-esteem and feel rewarding for the giver
Let's
and
go,
the recipient. A kind word goes a long way.
What's up?
Gotta keep his path clear.
Eight 121.
Move along.
Fuck it. I guess we'll go see if we can get the mission now. See if it's any better. But see, we're already having problems because essentially all of the people that I've gotten to join the org have all decided to make their own orgs. And so now we have, like, I don't know, 6 people in the org. But each of those 6 people have, like, 3 to 5 people that they play with. And they all made their own separate orgs because they all want to make their own thing. And then they want everyone in this org to join their org so that they have more members as well. but the people that are in their groups aren't joining this group to make our group numbers bigger. And we can't get enough people together. Like, if everyone joined one org, we would have 30 to 40 people, and we could easily do the org thing. And so, like, today, the guys wanted me to join their org, and I just turned it down, because it's just like, it makes more sense to me to have everyone in one org than to have everyone in 16 orgs. I'm going to have Discord chats and all kinds of crap going to like 50 members of everything. Even trying to put groups together, you got to have groups that you pull from each org. It's a pain. And I'm fine with having like sub-org groups, like y'all can have your own org and everything. But we need a primary org that everyone's a part of, you know? And I'm also kind of a stickler for names, alright? If your org's name is like Dale's Auto Shop, that's not a primary org name. I'm not gonna do that. I think STARCRAFT is a perfect org name for the most part, because Star Citizen, STARCRAFT. STARCRAFT is also a popular game. And then if you look at STARCRAFT, they have there's sub-factions in STARCRAFT. Like STARCRAFT itself isn't like a group, you know, because you have like the Terrans in STARCRAFT, but then you have like the People's Alliance, or whatever the fuck that thing is, and the Dictoriate, and then you had the Confederacy, then you had the Ryan's Renegades, or whatever the hell that group was. There's all kinds of sub-factions in STARCRAFT. Let's see if we're deep enough. I really don't want to run all the way to the 10th marker. Nope. I'm also fairly sure that the Ursa rovers have both been taken on this server, and probably don't respawn unless they fixed it. But since the guys picked me up last time, see, this is the stuff that's coming in. Prison doesn't really punish pirates. Like, it punishes singular pirates, but a pirate org doesn't really hurt them at all. They just leave. All they got to do is fly in, grab the people, fly off. Until bounty hunters or something camp prison and stop them from doing it, most of them don't care. But when it comes to normal people just playing the game, you do a one bounty mission, or not one bounty mission, but like one mercenary mission for the pirate gang with the comm array on, and you can't do the comm array mission thing because people will turn the comm array back on, because you need people to guard the comm array while you do the mission, and so you get crime statted either way. And then you get a 20-hour prison sentence like me. Like, my 20-hour prison sentence came from one mission. I was doing illegal missions all, like, last week, right? And I did, what do you call it? I was doing illegal missions that was pirates hiring you to kill other pirates. So I was avoiding killing any lawful NPCs, and then I took the wrong mission, and there was NPCs in there, and I basically got crime statted. And then ever since then, I haven't really did a whole lot, but I've been not in jail for like a day. And then today I got killed by a train. And now I got 20 hours in prison. And I don't feel like mining fucking rocks. And I don't feel like killing all these NPCs. But you can see that there's dead NPCs fucking everywhere. Because players in here are killing, like, the word got out that you could kill NPCs and get rid of your crime stat really quick. And so they're just fucking murdering everybody in all of the tunnels. None of them are mining at all. You just got dead bodies everywhere. Like, I get that you want it to be dangerous or whatever, but, like, you're just gonna have a mosh pit of people killing each other in here. I would be tempted to make the run on foot as well, but and also the mineral deposits are fucked up. So it's already a pain in the ass to try and drop minerals off to get your crime stat reduced. Like, this isn't what I wanted to do with my week. I was wanting to recruit for the org and level up my, like, mercenary reputation. And now I can't, you know? And it doesn't look like the breakout mission is happening anymore. Like, this is about as deep as you can go in this mine shaft, you know? Did they increase the range of the mission? The auto should just automatically send this mission to me. Like, you should have the reputation with auto, since we've did like a few story missions with them. That you should just give us the mission to break out of here, like, as soon as we get in here. That should be the reward for like taking the risk to doing bounty stuff. These guys should realize that you're like a vital part of their operation, and they should get you out of prison, and like immediately, as soon as you're in there. Cause like, damn. And I get like in the future you're not going to want to like Stanton isn't going to be a place that you necessarily want to do illegal stuff in. It's going to be like the high risk illegal gameplay. We posted a Reddit post about it actually, but basically as soon as that jump point becomes a thing, it's guarded by the UEE. And then as soon as transient jump points happen in the game, there's only really going to be two ways to get like pirates in and out of the system. And one's going to be like smuggling them on another ship potentially. And then the other one would be those transient jump points, which keeps them from getting capital ships. But if they operate within Stanton, they could pull out a capital ship and run a pirate capital ship in Stanton. But they would have to hide it in the depths of space. And then the only place they could sell their stuff would be Grimhex. So then the gameplay loop would be lawful players hunting down the pirates in the system and then figuring out where their headquarters is out in space. But yeah. But for people like me, it basically means don't even try touching crime while you're in Stanton. All those missions are worthless. Don't do any of them. Unless you just have no time to play the game. Like if I had one day to play the game every week, I could see myself doing like crime stuff. Because it just makes more money. But damn. But it makes organized pirates just that much more wealthy because you're saying that like pirates in the game, if they're able to have a big enough group, can farm missions that give you way more money. You know, and when it comes to like pirates versus organized lawful PvP players, I'm sorry to tell you, but there's always more pirates. There's always more people that will follow the money. All the way down to 15. My guess is maybe that when someone runs, like maybe now since all of the players are running to the very end of the mineshaft to kill the NPCs, the mission is getting sent out to the people down there. And until they accept or deny it or the timer runs out, it doesn't respawn maybe. So the only way to make sure that the mission would spawn would be to like kill all the players in the back end of the tunnels, it seems like. Thinking about trying to lower my stream like frames down as well. I think I already did a little bit, but we're only getting like 20 to 40 frames usually in the game. Usually it's like 20. And I think we have it set for like 25. So also mining lasers, the combat in the pirate tunnels, if you have more pirate players in here, they could just sit here and laser people in a group and they wouldn't do enough damage to fight back.
due to your recent actions, we've reduced time on your sentence. Isn't that great?
Let Dovine go. How did this bag have stuff in it not too long ago and now it's empty? Hello? That's crazy. What's my sentence at? 16 hours, so that gave us 1 hour off. God. Also, I feel like some people haven't tested out the mining stuff, because when we got on today, people were saying they couldn't mine because there isn't no minables on the planet's surface. But you can find, like, they are spawning, because, like, if you use the scanners on ships now, you're able to find those mining spots again where you couldn't before. Like, a couple weeks ago, you couldn't find anything to mine. They're there. But then they said that you can't mine them even if you find them. But what I saw last week was that you just couldn't scan them. You could still mine, but you had to mine by ear. You had to, like, know what you were doing. Which wasn't too bad. I mean, I didn't have any major accidents, but it was very interesting to see that gameplay loop without scanning, because you had to be very aware of what you were doing and how you were doing it. See, this thing just says reach escape tunnel too. It doesn't even tell you what you're supposed to do. 1821. Wait.
Together, we can turn your wrongs
Thought maybe it was changing.
into a whole lot of right. Attention! Attention! Please direct your attention towards the front gates. One of our guests has completed their rehabilitation and is being released.
They should make it like if you go into this fan before it turns off, it just slices you into bits. That'd be crazy. Okay. Hopefully this data chip is in a decent spot that I know how to get. That'd be great. Okay. Wait, that's not right. What? What the hell did I just do? See, my thing with a lot of MMOs is I don't really care about the end game. I usually like chilling in the starting zones and just helping new players. So I hope that the the story missions and stuff for the game are really good. But the problem is in this game in particular is like since it doesn't have fast travel, I can't really do that if I'm running an org. So I could set and recruit in the starting zone, or I could go and have fun with the org. But there's a lot of stuff that are in normal MMOs like this that I wouldn't do at all that I'm not opposed to in this game. Because like I hate jumping puzzles and like Guild Wars 2 and everyone wants to, oh, jumping puzzles, people love jumping puzzles. Like no, they like farming loot. They like things that they can go and do really easily and just chill and like log off and log back on and get loot so they can brag. But like this is a lot more immersive, you know? Because it's first person. But I'm still 50-50 on it. How do I get there? I think this is that one that we did last time. And honestly, like falling in this tunnel really isn't that bad once you get used to it, but the issue is that fuck, sometimes you're doing it randomly and you just fall down in the big ass hole and die. If there wasn't like a death pit down there that you died in from like landing, like I get that they want you to have to like restart or whatever, but like some of these jumps you just don't want to do because it feels like you will fall in that hole. Okay. I'd prefer not to be randomly stuck back here, but whatever. It's like the game is lagging. I have to go through the whole tunnel again. That's the other thing, is like this place will wear on you mentally if you just keep doing it over and over and over and over again. Like, it's like mental torture. Like, I don't think that they realize what they're doing to people like it's a video game. This is like legit torture for like some people, you know? Like mental insanity inducing stuff. Because it took me, what, like, I don't know, a day or two to like figure out how to get out of here. And even now, like, I'm not super stressed about it. Like, I know how to get out, but the stressful part becomes like, why is it taking me 15 years to get out of here when I know I can get out in like 5? So like, I have to always be able to get out at the top of my game, no matter what. So it'd be nice if you became an expert at leaving the tunnel. If they gave you a break at some point and they were just, hey, like, this guy gets automatic access leaving the tunnel. And then every now and then you had to go back and do the jump puzzle. But like, it's bad enough that like I do the jump puzzle, but like I did it so much the first time that I tried to get out of here because I was stuck in prison for 2 weeks that it's like mentally ingrained in my head of like how to get through it. Although I'm pretty sure I just went the wrong way, but whatever. Maybe not. It's the same reason like I don't play Mario anymore, you know? Like, Mario was a good game when I was younger. I know a lot of people liked it. And then like I go back as an adult and everyone's playing it, and then it was on the Wii as well. And the levels are just fucking ridiculous because the skill level for Mario is just kept going up year after year after year. So now you have to be fucking Muhammad Ali to play Mario. Like, sometimes simple is fine, you know? And sometimes you just gotta back away from the games that give you fucking, what is it called? It's like when you have an abusive boyfriend and they just won't leave them. That's what those video games are doing. See, jumps like this. God damn, I'm good. Where's the data chip? Huh, game? Huh? Just wanna fuck me over a little more, you know, every time. Just a little bit more. It's almost like they didn't spawn a data chip. You know? And like, what happens if I fall off of here? Is this the death pit? Is that the death pit? Oh, let me... Yeah. See, so like if you fuck up this jump, you just fall to your death down there. Probably. And that's what's super annoying about it. It'd be fine if it was just like, oh, restart. But not die, spawn back in Kleshna, lose the mission, run 10 miles down a tunnel, deal with all the bullshit PvP that's down there, wait around for the mission to spawn, run back down the big ass tunnel, and then start over. Because you know this is all people want to do right here is this mission. Just get out. There's nothing here, man. There's nothing here. Fucking tragic. Also makes me wonder what happens if a I mean, what happens, one, if you do this? You just put a bunch of items here, and then whoever tries to do the mission later just fucking falls to their death because there's items sitting up here. Acts like there's two bodies there, sort of. Carry. Okay. Spare suit. This is just like not interactable anymore. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, I'm a fucking genius. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Now where was that thing that we were at? I don't know what that is. That is a place where you get air at the very bottom of a pit. That looks to be, it looks like it wants us to go all the way down. But this way That looks like the way back up right there. So I think you want to jump across to this. Or wait a second. This is where that tunnel is. I think. Okay, so you jump here. God, this saves so much time than what I was going to do. Holy shit. I just shaved a fucking minute and a half off my 40 time. And something important with MMOs that a lot of people don't get is like in older MMOs, because nowadays they have like things where they want to make the game super easy so everybody can do the game and play it. But in older MMOs, the thing was always like there would be really difficult things that people, like some people, just couldn't do. But there was always somebody who would make that their like life goal to become the best at, and they would do it all the time and become well known for it. The only problem with that is like when those players disappear, that loop kind of dies off. Because like Guild Wars 1, for instance, was a popular MMO game, and there were missions that everyone would do, right? And there were people that were really good at running those missions, so they would do it for money, or very good at running you to certain areas to unlock skills. And that was their whole thing. They would just go there and do that run and make money, and then they would go and do whatever they wanted afterwards. But then, like, after those guys who were doing the runs, like, slowly disappeared, people stopped doing those missions, or they tried to, like, group up with people instead of, like, just paying for a run. But, I mean, Guild Wars always had a system to where you could beat any mission with, like, the hero or henchman system. But it was still really hard. I think I heard an extra pair of footprints right there. If someone kills me, I'm gonna be fucking upset about it. A little bit. I'm learning now that you don't want to do the box, you want to jump up where the ladder is. Occupied 01 4567 4567. Let's pray, boys. 4567. No fucking way. 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 Oh my fucking god. I can't believe that shit. I need 5 minute break or something. We're timing out. We'll be back cuz you know what that means? I could have cleared 20 hours of crime stat right there. I was 5 milliseconds from doing that. And guess what now? Guess what now? I've been on for like 8, 10 hours, and I'm still stuck in prison with a 20-hour crime stat. Fuck. It's not good for your mental health, man. It's really not. And like, it isn't even that complicated. It's just, for some reason, my character really fucked up that jump and went sideways. Fuck. And you know what else? Is I wouldn't even care if I didn't have to log off of this server, log on to another server, run down the big ass tunnel, deal with the players, wait around for the mission, run all the way back down the big ass tunnel, go into the thing and do the whole jump puzzle, not fuck up, grab the chip, not fuck up, depending on where the chip spawns, get outside, not fuck up on the jumps, get outside, hopefully there's an Ursa rover there, and then get outside and hope that the vehicle and stuff spawns and that bounty hunter players don't come to kick your ass before you can get the thing done. So it's like, it's the easiest way for a single person to clear a crime stat, but it is fucking terrible. Now, when I say terrible, I'm talking, it's a solid 3 or 4, all right? But that's a 3 or 4 of like it's a 3 or 4 that kicks you in the dick. That's what it is. It's like a little kid just run up and punch you in the dick for no reason, and you can't do shit about it. Do I want to go and get punched in the dick again? Yeah. All right, give me like 30, 40 minutes. I'm gonna watch some TV.